just post the assignment on Teams. The assignment, I already just show you an application that was a blog in a previous session. And this is just a description of the assignment. Maybe we, okay, I will clarify things that you may not know. In this case, the assignment is a blog. The blog is going to manage posts and comments. You're going to create a role. We are going to cover that with ASP.NET user identity, that we are going to define a role can manage. And is going to be assigned to a user administrator that we are going to create. Then there is going to be regular users that the only thing that they are allowed is to add comments. The comments will be published by the administrator. If he approves the comment, the comment will be available just to show in the page. Then there are going to be public users that are only allowed to see the list of posts, and the list of posts is going to be like in order of the post date. So yes, then in the navigation bar is going to be three links. One for the home page, so the landing page. Then two other links, which is posts and comments. And then there are some also validations. Let's say for public and regular users, they are only allowed to see the home page, and for the administrators, they can see everything. There is a table structure for that. We have posts, the post table, and we have the comments table. So you will need to define those two tables using entity framework code first, that we are going to cover this class. So you will be able to create the whole application, and you may post it on Tuesday next week. So far so good. I can show you also how it looks like. Again, just to give you an idea. I will open this. This is just the so we if I just run the application. It takes a while, always. Okay, okay, it's taking too long, but anyway, so we need to wait a little bit more.
It's Friday.
Something is going on with this page. I don't know why it's taking so long. Eventually it will come out, but strange. Maybe next time I will take screenshots, because maybe because I'm just showing you remotely is like spend much more time than I expect. So, but in a previous session I already shown that application. So maybe at the end I will send you screenshots about this application, and so you will get an idea how it looks like and what is the workflow needed to just create the application for yourself. So I will close this. Here you see that initializing something is something that is not set, I will say. Kind of strange. Maybe if I run this tables, I think that it has some data in my case. I don't know what is not working, but okay, I will just do some screenshots about the structure and the pages that you need to implement, and then we will continue with the course. I will close this. So okay. Okay, where were we? Yesterday we just finished all the for the user interface, but I have some things that were missing in that in the last class. You remember that I create a HTML helper for an image element. And the thing needed just to make it work is this line. Instead of returning the tag builder itself, I needed to return this, which is the creation of the element as an MVC HTML string. So if I run this application, it will show the image that I define in the about view. So here I just call html.image. I put the name of the image and a text, and then in the about page it has to show the image for .NET. So it was just there were some things missing here that I needed just to create the string MVC HTML string passing the builder, and then create the MVC HTML string in order to show the element on the page. So if I click here, you see that the element is written in the view in the web page. So if I see here, is this the element that was written? Before it was only the text, but with that adjustment, I am able to just show the actual image in that. So that was something missing from the last class, but I will share to you also the project, because I didn't share it. So you will get that code too. In this case, it's pretty straightforward. We here we just create an HTML helper that just write an image on the screen, an HTML element image on a screen with some attributes. So in here, instead of specifying the directory of the image, I just put it in the code just to specify the name. So it's like a short way to just write an HTML element in our views using a custom HTML helper. So I just add this and I will go to GitHub. I will make it available for you. Oh, no, it selects everything. Okay, here. Okay, so far so good. Any question about that particular HTML helper? Everything is fine, I think. It's pretty simple. Yes.
Yes, but why Visual Studio doesn't have every
Okay,
HTML
every.
helper for every element?
I don't know. Really, maybe.
It's not too much.
Yes, it's yes. That one is like, okay, why? Maybe because they thought that it was not needed, but I will say because you don't do like validations on image or do something else on an image. Instead, the text box, yes, or other elements. But I think that it was not worth it for them to just create an HTML helper for that. But it's not only the way that we are going to use an HTML helper. We are going to do other things too. So it's let's say in the application that I propose for the to do maybe for the exam, we will need to create like an HTML helper that does a thumbnail of a photo. So let's say you have a big photo in the database, okay, and then I just wanted to show the photo, just a small photo. So I'm going to like provide you a thumbnail, an HTML helper that does a thumbnail of the photo, just a reduced photo. It's not like reduce on size. No, it's not reduce only the attribute size. It's reduce the content itself. So is going to be helpful for us. So it's not only limited to do very simple things. You can do other things too inside of HTML helper. Is intended to it's just as far as you can imagine things that can be used in an HTML helper. You can just put the code on it to do those things. So I'm going to provide that HTML helper to just plug it into your application for the exam eventually. So that's that. And then I'm going to just start with the slides for the working with data. This is the slides for this session. Okay. Okay, is this one? We'll open this. Yes. Okay. I think it's pretty much the one that we did before. Oh, no. Okay. So here, what do we have for working with data? We will the content is we are going to look up the technique scaffolding in ASP.NET MVC. what is model binders and how we can use templates to just have a template in our views instead of writing the HTML code over and over again. Maybe we can define like a template of a group of elements. We're going to do some data validation. I'm going to mention just roughly about session and the 10 data. And I'm going just to explain about working with data. So I'm going to explain just not much the patterns that are used currently in ASP.NET MVC applications, and even I think in ASP.NET Core they widely use. There are patterns for the to manage the data or the data layer in your applications, which are the repository pattern and the unit of work pattern. And also just mention that in ASP.NET MVC applications and app, you eventually encounter like techniques like dependency injection. Here I mentioned just one particular dependency injection, which is Ninject. And AutoMapper is a utility to just map your view models to your models. So I didn't cover view models yet, but view models is like a model, but just is bound with the views directly, because you can have like models and view models to avoid just mix the data layer with the views. Instead, we have something intermediate, which is the view model. So um, always to allow separation of concerns in your application. You don't want to just directly expose the attributes from your database directly into your views. Instead, you can use like a view model that is kind of hiding or your model just in an intermediate object, which we call view model. But in essence, a view model or a model is exactly the same. It's only to do a separation of concerns about those two. So first, scaffolding. Scaffolding is a code generation framework for ASP.NET. It will help you to create quickly a user interface just by following a wizard in Visual Studio. And then you can customize it afterwards, because you don't want just the template by default. You can customize it and put some additional code, or maybe adjust the UI, because everything is configurable in ASP.NET MVC. There are a set of templates or code generators installing in Visual Studio, so you should be able to just run a scaffolding, and you will be able to generate code by itself. So I can just give you a demo of scaffolding. So I'm going to create a project. You will think, okay, with the scaffolding I can create my whole application, but entire application, but always is you need to do some adjustments. So in here I will create a new project. Okay, so in here, always is going to be ASP.NET web application. Then I will click on next. This is going to be MVC scaffolding. So here I will click on create. We're going to choose MVC. And that's it. No HTTPS. Just create. Yes, create. We know that already Visual Studio generates a template of your MVC application, and that has many things that in here you're going to see how easy it is just to generate your application. We are going to use Entity Framework for this, so I will explain this in a minute. So, okay. So we have our application. Okay, so I will adjust this application. I'm going to generate a model. It's going to be a student. Add new item. It's going to be code, class, student, add. Then I'm going to put some properties. It's going to be student name. Oh, sorry. Name, and then enrollment date. That's it. Save. Then I'm going to create a folder. Add new folder. I'm going to call it infrastructure. And from here, I'm going to create like our context. It's going to be application DB context. I will call. This application DB context is going to inherit from DB context. Okay, maybe I need to first referentiate entity framework. I will add in a NuGet package entity framework. Entity framework. So I will install it. Click on OK, accept. Okay. And from here, using data entity. After that, I'm going to just put set initializer. Yes, or maybe set migrations. So just copy this. Oops, sorry. Okay. Yes, before that, I need to enable migrations first. So for this, also I need to specify which is going to be the connection string that I'm going to use. I will create a connection string called default connection. That connection string will be found in the web config. So I will copy this connection string, paste it into the web config. So here I'm going to adjust just the connection string. I'm going to put it like MVC scaffolding NDF. That's it. Oh, sorry. The name of the database MVC scaffolding. This is the name of the database. This is where it is located. It's going to be in the local directory, the data directory. So once I get the connection, which is identified by default connection in my web config, so I can adjust this code to referentiate the connection that I'm using. And from there, also I can, okay, what we're going to do is enable the migration. So in here, I'm going to tools and NuGet package manager console. I'm going to enable migrations. Okay. So here I will adjust this with this because we already have the config. Yes.
Do you have a some kind of notes or something where we know this is the first step we need to do, this is the second step needed to, because you're just jumping all over the place and I can't follow.
Okay.
And I'm trying to like follow your mouse and your mouse is just moving all over the place and I'm getting dizzy now. I don't know how, you know what I mean?
Okay, I understand.
So if you have a maybe just a text document, it's okay, this is the first step you to do, second step.
Okay,
So
I will try to create
you know what I mean?
Yes. I will try to create like one step, second step like that.
Yeah,
Yes.
just a simple words, you know?
Yes, I understand that.
Because yesterday I just tried to do the okay, I'll let you be. Sorry guys.
Okay. Okay, from here, once we get the DB context, the DB context represents the connection to the database. So here we have everything in place. We have our connection string, which is in the web config. This is referentiated in this with this line, the default connection. And we have our DB context that represents the connection to our database. We already enable migration, so migrations allow us to update our database by code. So update, what does it mean is update the structure of the database, and even also populate some data into the database by doing that. So in here, what I'm going to do is create like our tables, the definition of our tables. Right now, I have a model which is a student that will represent like a table of students in our database. So I will just create like public DB set, which represents like a table in our case, DB set student. I will just reference here our models, students. Is a property that this property represents the table of students in our database. So in here we have this, and also in when we enable the migrations, it was created this class configuration, and in this class configuration allow us to initialize our database with some data. So in here, it allows us to get access to the database by exposing this parameter context in this method. So here I have context dot students dot add or update, and then I can add the students here, new student. John Smith, enrollment date. It's going to be the year 2020. 9 others, and then I can add others too. We'll put it more in order here. Here I can add another student, new models student, name, and then have the enrollment date. Maybe like this. So here, what it is allow us to do, Entity Framework, is to, when the application starts or when we are going to create the database, is going to populate at the beginning these two records. This is this is when we call the seed method in our project. So once I get this, I am pretty much set because I created my context that represents the database. I referentiate with the connection string that is in the web config. So we know where the database is going to be created. We just add our model here that represents a table in our database that is going to be created when the database is going to be created. And then we have our seed method that is going to populate these two records in our table student. Do you have any questions until now about this part?
Yes, why do we need to populate the database at the point of creating the database?
It's just to show you that we can populate the database from the start. We may don't use it, just and the table is going to be empty. But if I want to have something in the table, yeah, I can populate it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so how do we do that? I will add a migration, add migration initial, enter. Oh, what is this? Okay, has no key defined. I need to define a key for my model. In this case, I will like an integer, okay? Prop ID, something like that. And I'm going to define it as a key for this. The key is going to be the ID. Key.
Do you define the key for ID? I thought it was automatic.
No, you need to specify the key. Yes,
No, but
automatic the
for
ID.
I thought
okay.
for ID it was automatic.
Yes, it's automatic, but just to mention that this is the key only that you can just remove the key and it will work. So it's just to be to be more specific in that case, but you can just left as it is without key, but I prefer just to specify that this is the key. So here I'm clean this, add migration initial. Okay, at the beginning, just created the database structure. And if we want to, this is just the code needed to create the database structure. Here, it will only create the table. That's it. But the table is not created yet. So in order to apply these changes, so the creation of this table and the population of the data, we need to put update database. Enter.
And we don't have to repeat migration. It's just updating database.
Yes, we just to set up at the beginning, you need to enable the migration, then add the migration, and then you afterward you do update database. But if you want some changes, let's say, okay, I forgot to add a field in the student table, let's say. If you want to add something else, you need to add a migration. So you put add migration, let's say grades, let's say. So to add the grades, some additional field into this structure. So you put add migration and a meaningful name for the migration related to the change that you do, and then you apply update database again, and it's going to generate. It's going to modify the database for you.
Okay, thank you.
So in here, so we already have our database. If I check, this is there is a folder app data. I can just show this in the Solution Explorer. If I click on here, it says show all files, and it's going to be created our database because we specify the name of the database will be MVC scaffolding. If I double click on this, Here is the connection. I expand the tables, and there there is going to be only one table in that case, which is students. Okay, also a migration history table, but this is just additional from the migrations. But our original table is students. If I show the data inside of it, it has to have 2 records. Okay. Show me the records. Okay. It's just a simple, very simple table. I don't know, it takes time. I think it's because I have many Visual Studio projects open. It's slowing down my machine. I will close blog. I will close MVC section. I will close this one. Okay, let's. Oh. Oh. Okay, as you can see here, there is only two records that I just. Oh, what is this? Oh. Okay, there is only 2 records in here, as you can see, and that I just define in the seed method that I just generated from the start of the creation of the database. So we are pretty much set with the database. So we can do the scaffolding now. If I go right click here, add new scaffold item. Here we have the scaffolding that we need. In this case, is going to be MVC5 controller with views using Entity Framework, the scaffolding that we're going to use. And I click on add. Then I will specify the model class. In our case, is the student. Then the data context that we already defined in this namespace, MVC Scaffolding Infrastructure Application DB Context is the class. Then we will ask to generate the views and everything by default, and the name of the controller. So everything is in place. If I click on, I click on add, it will generate everything for me. It's as simple as that. We will see afterward what is the outcome of this scaffolding. Okay, so it's going to generate a student controller class and the views. So everything is going to be generated. We didn't even start coding or anything. So here, as you can see, it just generated the students controller on controllers folder, on the controller folder. It generates the views. It generates a folder called students that has create, delete, details, edit, and index. So if I start my application, or I'm going to start the application. takes always time. Hopefully we don't wait too much time for this. I don't know. We'll close other Visual Studio projects, maybe. This. Maybe I left the others. It's particularly slow today because in the past we didn't have that problem. I think I will close all the projects and just left the MVC scaffolding in there. Just to free up some memory. Cancel. No. Even it closed the. Okay, so in here, if I go students, hopefully it's still running because it closed also my Visual Studio. Ah, no, it's still running. Okay. Come on. Oh, double John Smith Albert Nash. Kind of weird. If I delete one. It's taking time. Delete. Okay, because I put add or update, I don't think that I put something else in here in the configuration. Add or update. I don't know why there is a double record in there, but you get the idea that here I just do the scaffolding and it creates for me this list that show me all the records in the database. I'm able to edit the record. Just change it, John Smith 2, save, and it will update. I can look up just for viewing the details. If I go back to the list, even I can delete elements, or even I can create new ones. So if I create like Henry Spencer, something like that, create, oh no, Henry Spencer, the name here, Spencer, and then the date, it should be 21. So as you can see, I'm able to create new records, and I didn't even code anything. It was just generated by the template. So we can adjust things here, but we can take a look at what is actually generated. So far so good. Any question about this? Is about how I generate everything in here until now?
So
Yes.
here scaffolding, it's just for update and delete, create something, let's say,
Yes.
predefined just for update or delete, or we can do more things, let's say.
Yes, the scaffolding by default, it does that. Only the creation, the edition, and the delete is by default having these features. They don't have like something else.
So this is the main reason for that somehow creating, let's say, kind of tables where you can update, add, or delete all this, let's say, database records.
Yes, it's like the most common CRUD operations in our
Yeah,
database.
exactly.
You said there are the most common. You always delete or edit or create a new one. So
It's useful for admin, let's say, view.
yes, but it's useful also to start from not from when you start from scratch and maybe an application, maybe you do the scaffolding and you just adjust things instead of just doing everything from scratch.
Okay, and you can limit the operation. Let's say you can limit that. Don't let let's say the user do delete with scaffolding, or no, you cannot control it.
Yes, you can control entirely what is actually generated. Once you finish the scaffolding, let's say with all those operations, you are able, let's say, to remove in your code. Let's say, okay, I don't want the delete in the
Okay,
list.
they are
In
here.
the list. So if you go into the index view, this is the index view, and you want to remove the action delete, you remove
Okay.
it. So
Okay.
here you save it and then refresh the page and it will disappear. So it's no longer available for us.
Oh, great. So even you can remove everything, keep it
Yeah,
just a view, for example.
yes.
Okay.
You can even remove a code from here that is actually generated from the scaffolding. But we are going to cover every single thing that was generated in the scaffolding
Yeah.
just for this. I will stop this first, and then I'm going to close everything here. Window, close all but tool windows. Okay, so the first thing that we are going to cover is going to be the controller. Okay, in the controller, you have all the actions that are managed into our application. As you can see, when you go to the landing page, there is a list that is shown. So that list, when you just do the URL /students, is going to go here to the index. So here is retrieving directly the list of students from the database. You have an instance of the application DB context, which is the reference of our database, and then you pass all the list of students into our view. What view is that? Is the index view, because we are in the action index. If I go to the index view, go to view, you see that here you have pretty much the view. We have like a table with the two fields that are shown as headers, and then you iterate all the elements by going through the model, because the model that is referenced here is a list of students. Is IEnumerable. It represents the list of students in here. IEnumerable is a collection enumerable. In this case, our collection is a list. So the list of students is inside our model. And if we want to iterate over those elements, we just need to put for each for every element, we put it into variable item, and then we are able to show the data. So HTML display for, and just access to the name, access to the enrollment date, which are the two fields that we just specify for this table. And then you have additionally one column to do the operation, like the edit, the details, and the delete. And these links are defined with action link, and this is a helpful HTML helper that help us to specify what is the text that we want to put here, which is edit, what is the action that is actually to be called, and what are the parameters that we are going to pass to that action. So it's like that how it works, this action link. So that is the index. Then you have other operations inside your controller. The one operations that we can do is creation of a new student. So we call directly create. We can call it by the URL students/create, or we just can just put a link into our view, which is this link, action link, to call the action create. So whenever we click this link, which is the name create new, is going to call our action create. So it will go here and then just show the default value for the create that is already generated here already. If I go view, go to view, this is the action for the create. This is the view for the action create. So you have everything here in place in order to do to insert or to specify the attributes for that particular student that we want to create. And this by default, whenever we click on creating here, is going to be to call the post method that we already covered in other in other sessions. You remember that when we did our calculator, we had like an action method that is actually called in a get, and when we want to submit something on the server, we need to put it like HTTP post in order to do the submission. This is the same thing. So if we want to submit the values that we specify for the creation of a student, we are going to just create an action method with the same name, but with the HTTP post attribute. So here what it does by default, the scaffolding, it specifies also the values in here, the structure, ID, name, enrollment date that are going to be bind to this model. But this is just optional because it's generated by default. I think we don't need it. For instance, we just need to specify our model, and automatically is going to populate the data for us. But in this case, it's just actually something that is generated by default in the in our scaffolding. And what this does is like here is validating that our the model is okay, so it's valid, so it's passing all the validations, and then it's just calling our application DB context, which is this variable DB that represents our database connection. And then we have our table students, and just we have the method add in order to create a new student. So we pass only the object, the model, and then we just save the changes or just like commit our changes by calling save changes. And when we finally call these save changes, the record is created in this with this statement. This is only to identify that we are adding a new record, and then when the record is available, so we affect the database by calling the save changes. And then this is doing a redirection to another action, because this action is the action create, but once we just created the record, we don't want to stay into the same view. So we go to another action in order to show the list of students. Here is redirecting to the action index, which is this action, and then it's going to show all the list of students, included the student that we just created. Is that clear for you? Do you have any questions until that?
So we can bind something else.
Okay,
Not
do you mean
only the
here?
model, yes. We
Okay,
have
bind something.
models.
I will say that it will be not recommended. You can bind something else, sure, for sure. You can bind something else, but here because this bind is particularly used for this model. If you want to bind something else, for me, it has no sense to bind something else if we don't put it into an additional parameter. Let's say you want additional information other than the student. So if I would like to pass like marks or something like that, that is not related directly to the student, so I will add it into another parameter. If we ever have like if we ever have like an element, an HTML element inside our view that has the same name, which is marks, is going to bind it into this parameter. So, but for me, this is only concern for the model that we have in here. Or if we ever don't want to populate everything. So let's say here you have the student, but the student has like 10 fields, okay? And you don't want to pass one particular field. Okay, enrollment date, I don't want it. So I can just remove from there. So it's not going to be passed to this object model. If you don't ever want that particular field. But for me, it's just okay because I just did the scaffolding. It's going to pass every single field that is inside this structure, this student model. It's optional. You can choose depend on your needs. Okay, I don't want to pass that value, so I just don't specify in this bind. Or if you want to just have it by default, you don't even need to specify the bind, just remove it and it's going to populate the object model for you. So it's up to you what do you need in that case. Okay. Any other question about the creation of a student? Is it clear or?
What's the line 49 about token?
Okay, the line 49. Okay, this is kind of enforcing it's enforcing a validation that we do mostly when we do when we submit information into the server. And this is the validate anti-forgery token. And what it does is to prevent that kind of attack, because somebody else called the middleman, something like that in the terms of that forgery, could intercept our request, our post, and try to post something else. So change our values and post something else. So when you put this kind of attribute, validate anti-forgery token, you additionally have like a protection for to avoid that kind of problem, because you have a token that is only available or valid for your own request. If somebody else wants to hack your post, they can do pretty much nothing, because it won't allow to just intercept your request and post something else. That's a level of security, additional level of security when you do a post in your application.
Excuse me, Ricardo. Yeah.
Yes.
The same question.
Yes.
Where we generated, because as I understood right, we just check it here, yeah, the token. But where we put it in the beginning when the first call was made?
Yes. We already covered also this attribute. This is this is specifying here by default by the scaffolding, but also is also specified in the
form,
in
yeah?
the view, yes.
Okay, so it's auto-generated, yeah?
Yes, it's auto-generate.
Okay.
Yes, even I can remove it from here and it will work. It will work anyways because we specified it in here, this anti-forgery token. But yes, but it's better just to put in both places in order to reinforce that we don't want to have any attack from someone else that wants to change our values in our database or something bad. So it's like that. So any other question about the creation of a student? Is clear? Is it clear? Yes.
And one more question, sorry.
Yes.
And student controller in line 63.
63.
You have a nullable ID. Why is it nullable?
Why is it nullable? That's a good question. Maybe they just try to prevent that. Okay, if maybe somebody when somebody edit the URL, they put like students edit and remove the ID that the application will handle it. Because here, if I define it nullable, here is like trying to do a check if ID equals null. So present an error that this is a bad request, but is by default doing the scaffolding is doing this by default instead of crashing your application entirely. You maybe if you want to manage that kind of parameter or something like that, you could even create a particular web page that does that kind of error, saying, okay, the parameter is not valid or something like that. But here, how they implement this is like just redirecting to the bad request page, because this is the code 400 here that represent the bad request and is going to be present into our view. So, but it's just to handle the request differently. If you ever put something that is not valid, so they going to mention it. Because if you don't do that, what will happen if I remove this, like the parameter of the edit, it will be like the not found section. So the not found is not really not found. It's like you put something that is not valid. The parameter is not valid. It's not like you didn't find anything. So it's just a it's just another error that they could present in this case, instead of just presenting the or showing the not found, which is 404.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So any other question about the creation of yes, another thing that I would like to point out is in here, let's say you have this valid model state is valid. This will most of the time is going to be true because the model was validated and everything was okay. And you just insert the student into the database, and then it's redirecting to the index action in order to present or to show the index view. But if ever this is false, is going to just show the view again with the values that you just put it. Is in order to not lose the values that you posted into your form. So if ever is not valid, it's going to show that is the values, and maybe the validations also. Maybe there is a server-side validation that you may enforce. So you're going to see, okay, there was an error maybe in the enrollment date or something like that. So you have two ways. If it's valid, you just insert into the database and redirect to the index view. And if it, or in this case, into the index action, and then it's going to render the index view. If not, so you're going to have the values that you just put, but with the validations that are in place. So any questions about this part? I can continue. So in here, we just cover the index and the create. The edit is pretty much the same. So if I run the application, let's say, just taking down. I will put already students. Okay. Okay. Again, okay. It's like I just put add or update, and every time it's just creating. Something wrong in here. I will just adjust it because it's not proper. I think it's this migrate database to latest version that is trickiness. Okay, here, let's say when we click on edit, if we see the index HTML here, when we click to edit, this is this URL will redirect to edit action. So this how it's rendered, this action link actually. Here, if I go to inspect, let's say, you will see that generates like an URL /students/edit/1. So this URL is generated because the HTML helper, when you specify these parameters, is going to generate this kind of URL for us. How it does that is because you need to specify, let's say, the first parameter is only the string edit here, the text. The second parameter is the action, which is edit, but for the students, so it's /students/edit. And the third parameter is a list of parameters. So in here, it only has one parameter, so it's /1. So you have students edit, you have students details, and students delete that are generated by having this kind of link. When we click on students edit, it will go to this action. So if I click here, students edit, click, it goes to this action. It's going to populate the parameter, which is the number 1. And from there, I'm going to call the find method to retrieve the information of that student. So I have the student here. Because the student was found, is not HTTP not found, and then we're going to populate we're going to call the view with the model. So which view is going to be is the edit view that is here. So it's going to be populated with that model, with the model student. If I continue, it's going to show the view, edit view for us. And here is define the text box in order to edit the value. Two text boxes in order to edit the values that are referentiated in our model. As you can see too, you see that there is a name here and then is enrollment date just not separated. You know that you can adjust that by modifying your model. You just add, let's say for the enrollment date, you just add like display and put something that is better format like this, enrollment date, and it will appear separated in the caption labels. So even when we go back to list, it's going to be also in the headers enrollment space date. So everything is pretty much straightforward for all of this. The delete is the edit has also its corresponding HTTP post. So when you post the information, when you change a value, so here is going to do just a modification. It will change the state of the record, and then because the record is already modified, because it comes from the user interface and populated into the model, so this has the modifications, but for the entry we need to specify that we are going to modify it, and then save the changes, and it's going to modify into the database. So here is going to call the database and affect the database in this place. And then we also redirect to the index action to go to the index view and so on. The delete is also the same. So pretty much the scaffolding, that's simple things, and is nothing that is not easily you get the idea how it works. Do you have any questions about that until now? About the scaffolding? It's pretty clear. Okay. So the scaffolding was easy. So we will continue to the slides because we did the demo on scaffolding. So we go to model binders. Okay, what is model binders? Okay, in ASP.NET MVC, there is a way to just populate our models or our parameters in the actions. Something is called model binders. So it helps us to populate the parameters in our action methods. Let's say that we did like in here in this interface a post. So internally is going to be an HTTP post with this URL review create, and then is going to be passed two parameters, which is rating and body. So the model binders are smart enough to determine, okay, this object has rating and body as attributes. So I'm going to populate the rating and body from this object in order to manipulate it inside my action. So it's smart enough to determine, okay, I am going to populate the values of my model. Just you don't specify anything, is already by default doing this for us. So we have many kinds of bindings in our in ASP.NET MVC. We could also just let's say, create an HTML an HTML page or view that has like something like this: input type, number, name first, let's say. What will automatically will do is we can create like an action method, and by default is going to populate the parameter first because we specified it in the HTML element. We specify the name first, so it will populate the value of that parameter by default. So it's it works like that. I can explain that by examples that I have here. So I will open some examples. First, before forgetting, I will share the scaffolding project for you. Yes. Maybe it will take a while, but okay. Okay, so if we continue with the binders, I have a project binders in here. I will start it as this project. So what do we have in here? I have a movies controller that I'm going to show you how it works. Let's say I'm going to just run this application model binders just to show you how it works. Okay, so if I put movies add, we have two examples. Let's say add with parameters and add with model. What do I mean by that is when I put the information of this, I will send the information as parameters. So I'm going to call in here. If I go inspect here, I'm going to call the movies add with parents action method. Movies add with parents. So I will put a break on here. I specify the title, the review, length in minutes, and release date. If I go click on add movie, it's going to be called the add with parents action method. And then because we just have our form that have the elements title, review, length in minutes, and release date, by default is going to populate those values. As you can see here, there is a value title, there is the value review, the value length in minutes. Everything that I just post it was populated. So the parameters were populated. This is only with parameters. So here I'm just showing the content. So content, we already covered that. Content is another way to show information in our MVC application instead of just showing a view. So if I click on continue, it will show the information that just I post. The title, the review, the length, the release date. So I was able to capture those values only by specifying the parameters. So that's a way to handle the information from our forms. But there is another way. Let's say with the model. Say with the model, if I click on add movie, it's going to referentiate the action movies add with model. So if I just do a breakpoint here and click on add movie, here is going to populate by default all the parameters that all the fields that I posted from my form inside this model. If I go to the model and expand here, it has everything. It has the title, the review, the release date, and the length minutes. And just I'm showing I show the content directly as the other one, but the the thing is that it automatically does that. So you just need to specify the name of the name in the view. In this case, if we have the add view, that was the add view. The add view, okay, here the add view, we use something else that I will explain, hit editor for model and this one, but inside this we have the title, the release date, and everything. This is a kind of template that we can create ourselves in order to just not specify like input values every time. So you can just create like a sort of a component that has everything in place. I will show you just in a second that one, but eventually it holds all the information that we just send it to the post. Here, a way to specify something else in our post. So here the first parameter is the action, and this is the controller. Always is going to be the action and the controller. So in the first example with parents, I specify the action method add with parents, and I specify the controller movies. And the second example, it was the add with model action method and the movies controller. So now I'm going to explain why this work with all the information that I just show in the screen. Is that because you see that in this view, we manage a model which is movie input model. This is the model that we are using in this view. If I click on this model, you will see that we have title, review, length in minutes, and release date. We have all that information. So there is an HTML helper that instead of writing down all the information, it will write some HTML code by default. So if we don't want to just specify nothing, okay, so we will be able to do it just to use this HTML editor for model, because we only have this model referentiated in this view. So you might be able just to specify this HTML helper, and the HTML helper will take the model and will figure it out what will be, will figure it out what will be the HTML elements necessary to create for this model. So it's a short way to to create something. For me, it's not the preferred one because I will always prefer to specify by hand the all the elements that I have in my model, because maybe I need to customize it with something else. But this is a short way just to show all the elements that are related to my model. In this case, the movie input model. Do you have a question about that? No? Okay. So it's clear. What else? Okay, so I'm going to continue with the other bindings also. So in here, okay, this is the binding that I show, I think, as I will try to construct the object based on the name attributes and the input elements. Okay, here, what is the nested object bindings in here? Nested object bindings. The example for this is this add nested. So I will run this add nested. So what is this? Let's say we have our object, which is our model is this detail model, movie detail input model. And in this model, you see that you have the regular attributes for a movie. You have the title, you have the review, you have the length in minutes, the release date, but additionally you have something else, which is the address. But the address is a complex type, because it's not just a regular type like a simple type string or datetime. Is an address, so it's an object itself. So this is what I mean by nested. So you can nest other objects or other classes. So in here, inside our movie detail input model, we have address, and inside address, we have other fields, which are town and country. Okay, you see that there is town and country for the address. So in order to use that, what do we have in our view for the add nested? We have here the title, the review, the length in minutes, release date. But in order to use the complex objects, we just need to specify the name, in this case address, dot the attribute that is inside the address. So you see x.address.town. So you just go deeper into the structure of that object, and you retrieve the town and also the country. So in this case, in this case, because it's a complex object, we need to go deeper into the address to differentiate the town and the country. And is in the view is done this way. So you put address.town, address.country, and you are able to just use those values. If I go to the view, actually here, you see we have title, review, length in minutes, release date, but we also get access to the town and the country. So if I add something like, okay, title shark, review bad, length in minutes 100, the release date, the town Montreal, country Canada. In here we will see where is the action that is going to be called, is the add nested with model action. So if I go to the action add nested model action, add nested with model, I click in here to do the breakpoint, and then click on add movie, and we are going to see how is actually populated into our model. If I go inside the model, click on here, and you see that you have the title, the review, the release date, the length in minutes, but also you have an instance of the address. If I expand this, I will see that the address is going to be populated with the values that I put in the form, which are country and town. So ASP.NET MVC is smart enough to populate our model, even if the model has some classes inside of it and nested structure that is more complex than the regular ones. So you get the idea about that. Do you have any question about the nested? No, it's okay. So all of those things are like the binding for our models. So we also have other kind of bindings also. I will cover that. I will say here is the nested. We have, let's say, bindings. Let's say I have I could get like a list of strings by just putting this this sort of HTML inside of our view, and because every single element is named the same way, so in this case strings, is going to be translated or is going to be translated like a list of strings in this case. If I go to this example in here, I think I don't know if I have this example. It is add collection. No. I can just show this add collection that is something similar with the movies controller. So I stop this. We have add collection that is something similar that the example in the slide. So if I have the view for the add collection here, if I go to the view, you see that in the view you have elements called values. Each element has the same name. So because it has the same name, I will be able to when it's posted to the server, it's going to be posted like a list of values, a list. So in here in the controller, you will see that it says IEnumerable string. IEnumerable is an interface that is implemented by the list concrete class or other collections also are enumerable. So in here is going to be like populated the values as a list. If I go to that part, that collection, if I put like shark, I put saw, I put like Bambi or something, Star Wars, and in section something. If I go to add values, you will see that it's a list of values. If I expand, you see that there is the shark, so Bambi, all the values that I put inside of my view were passed into my controller. So it was binded the parameters inside in order to just use them. If I go continue, it will say the list of values that just pass. So that's how it works. MVC works that way. You can also test other combinations, let's say, but it's the way that it actually works. Okay, you can also have a custom model binder, but it's not the, we are not going to cover that. We will pass for the template editors instead. Until here, you have any question for the model binders? No, are pretty much clear. Okay. So if I go back to the slide, okay. In ASP.NET MVC comes with helpers, and one of those helpers was the display for that we widely use, also the editor for, but we also have the display for model and editor for model. So those we already seen in this application that it was used the editor for model that um, determines, okay, in my model how it's going to be like render my HTML elements. I only specify add HTML.editor for model, and automatically it generates the HTML output for me because it's going to determine what kind of elements needs to be written in the HTML. But there is a way to adjust that kind of behavior. We want to customize that that view, not only just having that. Maybe we need that that value to be referentiated in many views. So it will be a good idea to put a UI that is similar in many places. So in order to do that, we can define in the folder share the folders editor templates and the folder display templates. So if we define those folders, we can create our own customization of the editor for model and display for model for every model that we manage in our application. So there is an example of that, not these custom templates. We can also specify for the strings and everything something custom, but I will prefer better specify for something that is a more a model that we can customize. So I will present the example. The sample was display editor templates. I will stop this. Oh. So in here, display editor templates, if I go to the views, the share, you see that there is a folder defined display templates, and where we specify like a custom template for our song model. Here, this manage a model called song model. So this song model has title, author, length, and date. Okay, it has these values. So maybe we want to have like a view that could be shared among many other views. So we can specify like a common user interface that we can put as a template, in this case display templates. If I go back to that song model CHTML, you can see that this HTML that I generated, it will be available for any view that we just define our editor for display, because this is for display, for our display. This display templates is for display. We have the other was for edition, but this is only for display. If I run this application, just to show you better how it works. Okay, so if I go, oh, sorry. Back. Let's say there was a controller, the Sons controller, let's say details, okay, Sons details. Sons details. As you can see here, it's not pretty, but here, if I go to our view, details view in our songs views, details view, the only thing that is program is HTML display for model. That's the only thing here, and it renders all of this. How it's implemented that way is because for this model, the song model, in this case, song model, we create like a share view for this particular model that is going to be referentiate in every view that calls display for model, and is going to render this content. So you will be able to adjust for any particular model the user interface, and instead of doing the user interface every time that you specify in that model. So let's say instead of copying these values for that particular model into here, instead of doing that, you can also just put HTML.display for model, and it's going to use it, this template. So do you have any questions about that kind of template that we can use? No? Okay. Okay. So if I go back to the presentation, is pretty much that about model binders. So there is always a way to customize, even for single values like strings or datetimes, just to customize the presentation of it. But we are not going to cover all that because it's too much, I will say. I will just continue with the slides. In here we have data validation that we already covered in a way. As you have seen already, the validation that are enforced in most of the MVC projects are by the model. So in the model, you specify, okay, if the fields are required or not, if they have a certain length for the field, if they follow the rules of regex, or if they have certain values that are only available for that field. So you can have those common validations inside your model, and you can enforce them. And there are many more validations that we can have, that we can explore in ASP.NET MVC, and they are available for us. We can just revise. You can revise yourself those validations. Then there are also custom validations. Let's say that you don't want to only validate for a particular field, but maybe you want to validate for a couple of fields or things like that. So you can enforce also custom validations. In this case, you can create your own validations in here, and you, in this case, it's only for one particular element, but you can do it also for many elements at once. So so we can see an example of that in this project for the validations. Stop this. Setup. Okay. So in here, what do we have? We have students. Okay. We have the views students at. Okay, this is just a regular validation that we mostly have, but the student has more, there are more decorated, so the model is more decorated than that I previously showed you. In this case, for a student, to validate a student, you can specify, let's say the require has a default error message, but you can customize it by putting error message equals the error message that you want to show. Instead of showing like the default error message, the full name is required without anything, you can customize that with something else that maybe will be helpful for you. Also, you can specify other things for the string length. You can specify a minimum length for your string, and also customize the error message. Instead of having the default error message, you can specify something else. So here the full name length should be between the yes, between the minimum and the maximum value. Here, you can also customize the error message for the range. And pretty much all the validations, you can customize the error message. You here I'm presenting the many different kind of validations. In here, you have the required validation, you have the range validation, and you also have the regular expression validation. This regular expression, what does it mean is it will only accept digits and not characters. And it also has a minimum length validation that here we just saw in the slide, but this is the implementation for the minimum length. So if I run this project, we will see that in action. Okay. Okay, so in here, if I go in the controller, it was students add, I think. Students add. So in here we have our fields. If I click directly at the student, it's going to enforce our validations. In here, every single validation was like customize the error message. By default, it doesn't have the exclamation mark in here. So if I put like a name, then if I put like a value like this, it will say invalid faculty member because you are only allowed to have how can I say digits. If I put 10, this 10, as you can see, doesn't have here we define the min length, but it didn't complain here because this is going to be executed after the submission. So if I put average grade 6 and this, I will go at, and then it will complain, okay, faculty member should be more than 3 symbols. You may ask why this is this is called after, because this is a server validation. It's not a client-side validation. This client-side validation will be more meaningful. Let's say if we, let's say, try to verify that the faculty number matches the student with a database. So you will put it into the server side, because client side you have no access to any database or nothing. So if you want to enforce that security, you may implement like server side, and it will enforce that kind of validation. So here is the implementation of that in length, and here you somehow can put some code to validate against a database, something like that. So do you have any questions about these validations? Is it clear? Okay. Okay, so we will continue. We will continue with the slides. Here you have a class level model validation, which is a more complex validation that we can implement, but I'm not going to cover this, but you can just search it, and if ever you might need it, you have the reference how to do it, how to create like a validation, but with a object or model, a complex type, instead of just having a validation for every single field or a particular field. This is a validation with a combination of fields. In here, it enforces if you have more than 0 units on order, and if they are discontinued, so you can order discontinued products and things like that, or you can't order more than 100 items in stock, even if you, yes, no, if you, no, this is not like that. This is, maybe it's this, we already have a lot of this. Okay, I didn't look at the at the code, but it enforces this validation. So this is a way to enforce a multiple validation in a single object. And you may wonder, I don't know if you already covered that, but you may wonder what this GL means. Have you covered that in a previous course? No.
No, we never did validation inside of a class.
Or yes, yes, not validation, but at least collections. The yield, what does it mean?
Yes, but we never used yield.
Yes, yes. It's only for you to know. GIL is used when you work with collections. Is just to treat. Let's say this validate will be it can retrieve like one validation or many, and that's how you implement it. With GIL, you can retrieve like many validations instead of only one. This is return new validation result, and there is going to be like a collection of validations. You can see that this is a enumerable validation result. So in order to retrieve many validation at once, you can use the GL. So this is just for you to know what it does. So so we already covered the annotation. So we can customize as much as you can the annotations, and you can enforce many kind of validations in your project. So it's up to you how you can customize your projects with that. So it's really helpful in that way. So we have many kind of attributes that will help us to decorate our fields or do annotations. So in this case, you have the display attribute that we cover. Is just to specify a text, a meaningful text for the field. You have other kind of attributes that we didn't use, but it's always good to know that there are different kind of attributes that we can use in our annotations. So I didn't cover all because it's too much, and it's not intended for the exam either. So is that because I won't cover it, but you already have the reference. So a different subject, just for you to know. We can also manage sessions in ASP.NET MVC. For me, it's like, okay, it's only done just for particular cases. You won't prefer to use the session directly into your controllers, because it's not the way that not ASP.NET, but MVC works, because MVC wants to be loosely coupled. What does it mean is the MVC doesn't enforce like a strong dependency in the way that it is implemented. In this case, if you just referentiate in your controller the session, you have a strong dependence on the context that you are, and because this is only from the context of a web application that you may have this HTTP context session. So it's strongly typed to something that we don't want, but in just particular cases, we may use it because we don't have any choice. So I'm going to do like a little example of this. So how do we share information through our views? I will create like a little project for that. It's only for educational purposes, because that won't be covered. MVC session, okay, MVC session in the exam, but it's always good to know what you can do in a ASP.NET MVC project. So, and ASP.NET MVC project still has the session available for us. So in here, I will say I will create another controller at controller, an entity controller at, we'll put session controller. Then I will add a view. It's going to be an empty view, nothing inside of that. And then from our home controller, let's say, I will add an action, public action result, session. By default, I'm going to put return view, but I will adjust it later. So in this session, okay, if I will copy this, we are just checking if, okay, I will put bar now equals new datetime. Dot now new datetime, or datetime now, datetime now instead. Okay. And then I will check. I will I will check if I ever put something in the session. So if session, if HTTP context dot session date is null, I will assign that value to the session because it's the first time that I'm going to put into the session that value. So here session date equals now, and then I will redirect to action. So I will specify the action name, what will be index, and the session controller. And from here, the session controller in the view will retrieve the date, var date equals HTTP context dot session date. And maybe I could print it already with the content dot, no, it was new content. Content result. Date to string. Then return content. Yes. So what it does is like in order to pass information or share information among one controller, which is in this case the home controller. Okay, session. I need to put another name. Go to session. Let's maybe, because session is a reserved word. So here what it does is, okay, from the home controller, I will initialize a variable and I will put it into the session in order to be shared into another controller. In this case, the session controller will capture this value, the value of the date that I assign from another controller, and then I will show it in the for the content for this action. So if I run this, it's a way to share information between two controllers. It's by sharing into the session, but for me, it's not a good way to do it. We can do it in a different way, but ASP.NET MVC application has to be not tied to those kind of objects like the session and all that stuff, because it's not a good practice, I will say. But in some cases it's useful because you don't have any choice, but we will see. Okay, it was go to session, the action method. Takes time. Okay, if I go to home, go to session, enter, it's able to show me the value. You don't even notice if if I go, let's say, put a breakpoint in here and go to session, enter. Oh, this is not the same application. Okay, it was home go to session, sorry. But I think you get the idea. I put a breakpoint in here. Hopefully it will, okay. Takes time. But it's more likely not to. Here it says the breakpoint will not currently be hit. No symbols have been loaded. It's like, okay. Okay, when I get here, it will check if the value is currently stored in the session. Because I rerun the application, this must be null. So I will initialize that value here into the session, and then I'm going to redirect to the session controller. If I break point this here, goes here. So I will retrieve the value here, date, which is this one, and then put it into a content and then display it on the page directly. And that's how I share information between the home controller and the session controller, just by putting something on the session. Any question about that? No, it's okay. 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 So maybe okay. Tendata is kind of similar in that case. Instead of using sessions, you can use Tendata. Tendata is also a dictionary, and you can use it into another controller. It will share the data in your application, and it's perfect when you do redirects. Also, you have another way to do the same thing, is the cache. So, but the cache has something different other than the session, because the cache is not per client, it's not per session, it's rather global. So if you ever put something on the cache, it will be shared among all your clients. So something risky just to share all that. So, but eventually, maybe if you want to put some notification on the top of your page, let's say, it could be a good way to implement that, maybe using a cache, something that is temporary and maybe it's not on the database. You can put it in the cache. So it will, you can, you will also be able to figure to just have a period of time to be in there. So you can configure always the cache to specify, okay, how long is going to be that data valid. If you establish like 1 day, you then can put like an expiration for this cache in 1 day, and then the message eventually will disappear. So it's a good way to just put things that are temporal in your application. So you also have that kind of power by doing that. So any question about that? Is okay? Yes. So I think we will do the break already, because when I'm going to explain the repository pattern, is going to be like a little bit heavy for us. But yes, I will give you until 12, and then we will come back. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Or unless anyone has any other question for me? No? Okay. Okay. See you then at 12.
See you.
Yes. Hello, everyone. We will wait for a few minutes. Okay. So at 12:05 we can start. So we can start already. I will share my screen. Okay, we just left off to this part, working with data source or with database. I'm going to cover roughly the repository patterns and unit work pattern because you might not get exposed to this sort of patterns now, but may eventually, if you work in just current projects, they are widely used in many projects in .NET, in ASP.NET MVC projects too. So I'm going to cover just roughly what it means and how do we use it, or how can we use that? Okay, what is the repository pattern? Repository pattern help us to separate the data access to the business code. So it help us to better have a separation of concerns, and also help us to do tests. It has many advantages, but also disadvantages. The thing is that at the beginning is kind of more complicated to define at the beginning of your project, but once it is implemented, it will help you to have less code in your applications. So so with this graphic, I will explain when we have our business and our business logic. We need to decide for the data access to work with. In that case, the repository pattern will help us to just not to be worried about the final destination of our data. Maybe our data comes from a web service or comes from a database or a file. We can implement repositories that access to those kind of databases or files, but it's only one way to do it. You don't need to reprogram all your data access layer in order to work with different kind of storage. So the repository pattern allows you to just work with different kind of storage in your application, but just abstracting the way that you access to those storage. So that's what will help the repository pattern. Also, what is the unit of work pattern? The unit of work pattern works along with the repository pattern in order to have mainly to manage transactions or to manage concurrency problems. What that means is that one repository represents like a set of data, like a database, but maybe you may encounter application where you manage different kind of databases or tables. So the unit of work will help you to manage the transaction among all the repository that you have in your application. So it's a way of it's like the manager for all your repositories inside your application, and is one way to access the data and to not be attached to the way that you access the data also. So it will help you mostly manage the transactions, and it will be like logical transactions using the implementation of this unit of work pattern. So in essence, when you don't implement any repository at all, it's like the default for our ASP.NET MVC application that we have seen until now. When you saw that I implemented like the scaffolding, I did have to create the DB context for our application. And from there, the DB context directly manage our objects in our database. And then the context, DB context, was used by the controller in order to retrieve information or save to the database. That is when we don't configure any repository at all in our application. But when we configure a repository or many repositories for that matter, you will be able to like work with the pattern unit of work in order to manage different repositories inside a DB context, and it will encapsulate the logic of how to get access to every single repository. It's like this is going to be called like an upper level in your controller. So the controller, the only thing that we'll see is the unit of work with the methods that you put public in that unit of work implementation, instead of having directly to work with the DB context. So what is the benefits just to not have directly the access to the DB context is like, if ever you change your implementation, and maybe you don't use DB context at all, or maybe you may access to in-memory database, or maybe you get access to a database that is like temporal or on test. So instead of having access directly using the DB context, which ties you to the database itself, you can use the unit of work that allows you just to manage the database without having to call directly the database for you itself. So it's like a upper level of abstraction for that matter. And in this second picture, in this picture that is on the right, it illustrates also a way of many projects also in ASP.NET MVC are implemented. Let's say that we implement the unit of work, but we want to do some unit tests, but maybe we don't get access to the database directly. We can mock the database with this kind of implementation of unit of work. What does it mean, mocking? It means that you have like something that is fake, that is not really the database itself, is something that is on test, that you can just have like methods implemented in there that are not final, that you can easily do your unit testing inside of those. So you is more when there are let's say separate teams in your organization, that one team mostly work on the web application, and other thing works in the database. So if you don't want to interfere, or let's say, okay, I need something else in my structure, in my application, you may work directly with a mocking example of your data access. So it's a way to work in many projects in ASP.NET MVC, and also in other kind of applications in .NET. But for you, for instance, is just to mention it because it's a little bit complex just to implement it in our applications currently. We will mostly cover like the implementation without repository, and it's not the ideal, but it's at least the one that we are going to use. But maybe I will show you an implementation using unit of work, but only for educational purposes, because it's not easy just to understand. If you are like a beginner and you try to understand how it works exactly, unit of work or the repository pattern, it will be very hard for you to get the idea on it. So we will just pass that. It's just to mention. Then is widely used also a concept called inversion of control, or the inversion of control. So what allow us to do is like not to work directly on the concrete classes. So let's say I have my let's say my repository or my DB context for that matter, and maybe my DB context I needed to change it somehow in my application, but if I change it, I will break some code. So what inversion of control allows you to do is, instead of working directly to something that will break your code or have a direct dependency in your application, you can work directly with against interfaces. So the interfaces that you may found in your previous course, interfaces, but not much, I will think. What allows you is, instead of working directly against the actual concrete classes, you can work against the interfaces, and that allows you to plug any other concrete class for you. Maybe you need to just test some part of your application, and you, instead of having directly the concrete class to use, you can put like a fake class that mimics the same functionality of your concrete class. So the dependency injection will help you also to do unit testing, and also it will work with the repository pattern or the unit of work pattern. So it's a high concept level for you. It's only just to mention also because this kind of implementation is really widely used in almost I will say all the implementation with ASP.NET MVC. So it's really good to know that this exists, but it's a really hard for someone that doesn't have the experience on working with interfaces or concrete classes or inheritance even to get the idea easily. But it's something that you may find some documentation and do it by yourself. But if you ask me, let's say to give you an example of this, I can give you an example and maybe explain to you how it's implemented, but it won't be covered in the exam. It's only for you to know how it's done. So also there are other tools like Automapper that and there are some projects that use these kind of tools. I will say that in our applications, mostly the application that we just made so far were like applications that access directly to the database, and even the fields that are implemented are directly related to the database. But that's not a good practice eventually for your web applications. Instead of using directly your database models, in this case database models that we have done so far, we instead need to create other models, which are the view models. The difference between database models and view models is really the implementation is exactly the same. The only difference is that the database models are attached to the database. Instead, the view models are only classes that you can use directly into your views. In our applications, at least in the scaffolding that we have seen so far, was okay. The database model act as a view model, but it's not its purpose for our applications. Instead, we may create instead a database model and a view model in order to separate both, because we don't want to expose directly our fields or even the name of our fields into our user interface. Instead, we can put some like a structure, intermediate structure that after we can just manage our database models. We can pass the data that we manage into the views to these models, so we can pass it to our database models. But in order to do it more easily, we can use this tool called AutoMapper that eventually you can use it in your projects, but we won't cover that AutoMapper in our application because we need to do some more configuration. But if you ever ask me, okay, I would like to see how this AutoMapper works, and maybe I would like to implement it in my applications, maybe I can show you how it works, but it's something just to mention that you have this kind of library that allows you to, if you use in your application view models and database models, it allows you to copy easily from your view models to database model and vice versa, the data that you handle in the view models. So it's a easy way to work with with your models. So until here, any question about it? No? Okay, so we can continue. I will close this and what we will revise the ASP.NET identity. Okay. Okay. Okay, ASP.NET identity. What we are going to cover, just roughly also ASP.NET identity. What it does is a way to manage users and roles in our ASP.NET MVC applications. So this ASP.NET identity, instead of having the logic to access to your application, so the logging and all that, this allows you to have like a template how to when you create an application from scratch to manage your users, adding some um, roles and all that. So it's an easy way to, if you don't have any authentication or if you're doing an application from scratch, it's a pretty good template to start with your applications. So what is actually authentication versus authorization? Authorization is mostly the verification of your identity, and the authorization is what you have actually permission to work with. So that's the main difference between authentication and authorization. So ASP.NET identity, it is a system that handles both the authentication and authorization in your ASP.NET MVC application as a web API, web forms, SignalR, and other applications as well within the .NET environment. So what it handles users, profiles, the login, logout, and roles. So it's an easy way just to create like your access to your application. Obviously, in the implementation of the ASP.NET identity, you can customize ASP.NET identity to work with your existing authentication or authorization system. But if you are just doing your application from scratch, you better use ASP.NET identity from the start instead of just tweaking ASP.NET identity in order to work with your current authentication. But it's also possible you will be able to do it, but it's really not easy to implement. What ASP.NET identity offers to is implementing a kind of a protocol which is OAuth. What it does, OAuth allows you to support like logins, external logins, so logins from other providers. You can support login from Facebook, from Google, Microsoft, Twitter. So you have those kind of logins. Maybe if you have your application, maybe you want like to that your application will be that the user will come from Facebook or Google or Microsoft. You will be able just to authenticate to those services and you will get access to your application. So there is a way to not just having the login, a private login in your application. You can have like an external login that you can reuse it. So it's a way to implement an external login. So OAuth. This based on the Owin. Owin is an implementation of a middleware for the web server that allows you to do that. So what how is implemented the ASP.NET Identity? ASP.NET Identity has mostly the manage of users, logins, roles, and claims. So in that case, it's like this is implemented in conjunction with Entity Framework. So if you have your application that already support Entity Framework, you can like plug ASP.NET Identity to it and work with this database structure that is already predefined in ASP.NET Identity to work with users and roles. So ASP.NET Identity, I can just show you an example of ASP.NET Identity. I will create a project. We'll open another one. So I will create a new project. So in here, the default ASP.NET Web application, I will click on next, and then I will put MVC ASP.NET Identity, create. In this case, if we want to work with ASP.NET Identity, we need to change the authentication to individual user accounts. So in here, what it says, for application that store user profiles on SQL Server database, which is the case for identity, and to register from other existing accounts, which are Facebook, Twitter, Google, and others. So, okay. Then I will create. By default, it says that is HTTPS, because whenever you want to get access, let's say to Facebook, the authentication process must be like HTTPS for that matter. So I'm creating the project. Okay, so in here, when we just create this project, it comes with models that are created by default. In this case, because we selected individual accounts, it will create these classes, individual models, identity model, sorry. So in this identity model, it will create like the classes needed to manage your user, in this case, application user. It will create a DB context for itself, and also it will create this class manage view models where you're going to have your view model for the logins. You're going to have like the restriction for the password, and everything that comes with the ASP.NET identity. So here we have all the support for ASP.NET identity, and even with the controllers will add something called like manage controller, which is the manager for our roles and users. So here you will get access to all this code needed to, let's say, create a new user, and manage the user, change the password, things like that that are already implemented in the template because we added individual user accounts, which is the ASP.NET identity implementation for that is the template needed for that. So everything is set, everything is it works. So you know that the ASP.NET identity will work with the database, with a database that it will be created for it, but also you can get access to external services. So in this case, there is a class called Startup that, because we are implementing ASP.NET identity, I already mentioned in the slide that implements that protocol OAuth that is configured in here. If I would like to go, I need to click on control and then click on the method. So in here, and here is the configuration needed to get access from external logging. So let's say we want to get access to a Facebook authentication. So Facebook users can register into our application. I just uncomment this. Have the uncomment this. So
Control KU.
Yes.
Control KU, I think.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yes, I almost. Yes, I forgot the comment and comment, but okay. In that case, if we want the authentication from Facebook, we need to provide an application ID and application secret to make it work for us. So I already create that. I have an account in developersfacebook.com. Anyone can have like an account by itself. And I created just an application called OAuth Test. And when I create the application, it provides an application ID. So I'm going to copy this application ID to the project. So here, if I put this application ID, and then I need the application secret. So I copy the application secret, paste. Oh, sorry. I need to show this application secret, not that secret, I will say. Okay. Show. Okay. Need to put my password for my Facebook account. Submit. So I will see the secret, not that secret. And then from here, because I configure this Facebook authentication, I will get access to, let's say, other user accounts to be logged into my application. So user accounts like Facebook user accounts, but I need to still configure something additional in here because I configure with an URL, a specific URL. So I need to change the URL that is running this application here, web. I have a specific URL for that. Okay, I think it's this URL. Okay, so with this URL, I will be able to run my application. So you may be able to implement that kind of authentication in your own applications too. So sometimes maybe when you work in a marketing company, I will say they might get access to Facebook APIs in order to maybe do some analytics or things like that. And you may configure applications with Facebook too in marketing companies, but this gives you the all that you need to really work with external logins in ASP.NET MVC. So we will wait a few minutes, a few seconds, hopefully. So we will see if that external login will work. We know that at the very beginning it will try to create like the database. It has to have the database structure and everything. So it's taking some time to do that. Okay. So here I can log in. I can log in from Facebook. As you can see, if I click on Facebook, it said you have successfully authenticated with Facebook. Please enter a username for this site below and click the register button to finish logging in. If I register just with my user account from Facebook, I'm able to enter to my application without registering, just manually registering my user. So if I log off and log in again, I can log in with Facebook again and will automatically enter to my application. Because I'm already logged from Facebook, so it goes directly to the application itself. So how can we verify that that's not something that's true? I will say we can just check the database actually and know how my user was like registered. So here, if I go to app data, double click, and then go to the tables, we have the ASP.NET users, then show table data. As you can see, it was register my user email and my username, and I don't have a password hash because I have this security stamp that comes from Facebook that allows me to enter to this application. So that's how we implement external logins from ASP.NET Identity, which is pretty cool. You consider that it's not cool. Okay, okay, that's the demo for the registration with ASP.NET Identity, even with an external login. So this ASP.NET Identity, if you wanted to just configure it all by yourself manually, you can do all these steps by hand, or just select the individual user accounts from the template in ASP.NET MVC project. So it comes with all these classes. Maybe we don't go further on into this theory, but we know that the ASP.NET Identity manages the users and roles. In this case, we have classes to manage that kind of user management. It's a user management system, I will say. So
Question?
yes.
So in real application, they build it from scratch, or they use already the template there and they modify it?
Yes, in a real application, I will say it depends on the application. I will say I saw some implementations that started from scratch. Let's say when you want to do like a migration from one system to the other, they may get the benefits from ASP.NET Identity from scratch. So they start the user management from scratch doing ASP.NET Identity instead of just tweaking the classes. But you may ask, okay, but in a user management system, you not only have like the fields that are defined in the fields that are defined in your ASP.NET Identity classes. So if I have, let's say, ASP.NET users, you in your applications, you not only have like email, password, phone number, and just this, you may have many other many other fields. So there is a way to just customize that. So you can customize and add more fields, but that you can do it in the code. Let's say in the in in these identity models, you see that this is identity application user. If you want to add some more fields, you may declare it the fields here. So you may declare more fields in there. So okay, I need maybe address, something like that, or home address. So the way that you can implement or customize to have more fields in your table for ASP.NET Identity is that way. You can add more fields in here. If not, you need to go like having your own implementation of ASP.NET Identity in order to, let's say, change the the name of the tables, because I don't think that anyone would like to have like ASP.NET users as a table for the users. So you may just decorate your classes for ASP.NET Identity in order to just have the proper names for this for these tables. So you may adjust it also all that. So there is always a way to just customize the name of the tables, add some more fields to the table of users, and then benefit from the implementation of ASP.NET Identity to manage roles and logins and external logins. So there is always a way to customize that. But I will say you can do it. In the projects that I've been into, they customize mostly the ASP.NET Identity instead of having like, okay, I'm going to do my own implementation of ASP.NET Identity and go with that. Because you can also have your own implementation, but it's more code to write. But there is always a way to do it because it's more difficult to do it all yourself. You can just benefit from the implementation itself that is already built in your templates.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I meant. It seems like it's not easy. It's not easy even for a beginner to build it from scratch. It
Yes,
needs like kind of experience, good experience there.
Yes, but if you verify, let's say let's say if you want to customize, let's say the fields, the name of the fields, the name of the tables, adding some fields, you only need to know, let's say for you only need to know entity framework, how to customize name of fields and name of tables. And you should be able to do it and just generate with the proper names. So, but in order to have more functionality and plug more logic inside of here, so you might get more experience. You might need more experience to just customize that, but it's always possible. You can do it. Yes, I saw some implementations also of that, but it depends. Maybe you don't use it your ASP.NET Identity, but most of the application that I have seen in ASP.NET MVC use the ASP.NET Identity. Customized, but was used. So you always have the options to work with that or not. So that's the thing. So
can you show us, let's say, if you can customize just one field, for example, globally, wherever it's used, and customize the naming, let's say, choose proper name or something?
Yes, I don't remember the let's say I need to check the entity framework name.
If it's not for today, it's okay.
No, yes,
like
table
next
name
time.
yes, data annotation table attribute in code first. So if you want to just change the name, you just put it like this, table like this. So if I wanted just to change the name of this, I know that this application user is ASP.NET users. So I will be able to just name it users. Quick annotation schema. So I should be able to rename it as users. So it's a better name than ASP.NET users. But in order to do that, I need to just maybe remove the database and do some migrations, and then I will have the name renamed. Or maybe I can rename it already. Just I never try it, but it's okay. I will run a query just here. Modify a new query. Alter table is net use or rename something. I don't remember the query for the rename. Okay. Too many.
But if you run update database, it won't work.
I think it will work. Yes, it will work. Rename table SQL Server. Okay, I don't want to use SP rename, but anyways. So in here, if I have ASP.NET users, we'll change it to users. Save. No save. Just run it. Execute. Caution: changing any part of an object name could break scripts and store procedures. Obviously. If I refresh this, it's user, so I will run. Is running or not? I will stop it and I will rerun this. There is always a way to customize things. Yes, in any application, I will say. We hope it doesn't complain, but if you do the migrations and there is no, it has to be just that way, because migration is only to update the database.
Yeah, but now the let's say the table name changed, so it's maybe.
Yes, I changed in the script the table name. If I log in again, I will say login and then go Facebook. It says invalid object ASP.NET user, so we need additional configuration. I will check that for you. It's not
exactly.
only...
So this is like my question was, it's if we need to customize, and especially the naming, there is better way like to change it globally in the, let's say, in the whole system. Wherever I'm using what I'm changing, let's say there the table name, wherever I'm using this, I have, let's say, it's a changed.
Okay.
Or here just it's need to do migration and that's it. Will solve this. Or it's used in different.
Yes, it could be. It could be because if I didn't test it, I need to just go back to ASP.NET users in here.
Okay, just,
but I will show you after Yes, I will show you maybe in the next session how we can customize that, but there is always a way to customize it. So I will just go back to ASP.NET users, and then I will check that for you, but there is always a way to customize those things. Yes. Okay.
Because my concern, even how it will work, not with the code first. It's if it's like, let's say, database first. This is the same, or in this case?
Okay. You may ask if this is entity framework code first or database first.
Yeah.
This is code first because we just generate we generate our model and everything here in ASP.NET Identity, and then afterwards it was like generated the database.
So in this case, like ASP Identity, I cannot do it with, let's say, database first.
Yes, you can do also with database first. I think it's always a way to do it. I don't have the changes right now, but I can just explore that and give you an answer for the next session. But I think always there is a way to just customize an application. There is always a way.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, yes. So in here, so far we have that. I won't say that. So I will share to you also this ASP.NET MVC. I didn't share the other. We might customize it also the scaffolding to just give you an idea what do we need for the exam and for the assignment. So there is a half an hour to do it. So yes, I will close this. You can just revise this PowerPoint I share to you. Authorization and how do we create roles and everything. So we know that the ASP.NET Identity is a way to manage roles and users, but we are going to just cover that maybe in the next session. I will continue with the scaffolding instead. I will close this. For instance, I will continue instead with the scaffolding, but because we need it for the application that we are going to work in the assignment and also in the exam on Tuesday. So I will continue with that. So here, so far in this scaffolding, we just create a student class for our model that has only an ID, a name, and enrollment date. But I will add something else just to make it more fun. I will say more fun. Okay. We will manage a photo for this student. We will be able to upload a photo. So how can we do this? Is just adding another property. It's going to be an array of bytes, and it's going to be the photo. So we just add that. but because we change the model in here, we need to add a migration for that. So if I go tools, NuGet package manager console. So if I want to apply that change, I need to add a migration and put like adding a photo field, something like that. Enter. What it says, add migration. Oh, invalid argument. Okay, it needs to be like without a space. Sorry, adding photo field. Enter. So the the column was added, and we need to update the database to reflect that change. Update database. Enter. So if we check our data, I don't, okay, I need to just fix this. We'll compile the application and remove all the students. Okay. At least not all, but show table data. Maybe this is not supposed to generate all that. Okay. Okay, I will just build this. Okay. Okay, so I just add a new field, which is photo, and this field is a binary field. If we see the definition of the table, what does it mean? That it's going to hold like a binary content inside of it. So if it's binary content, it could be a a file inside of it. So it's going to be the photo inside. So in that case, we need to adjust our views and everything in order to make it work. We can easily do that again because we didn't do anything in this controller, so we can just adjust it. Remove that. And we're going to regenerate. Add new scaffold item. Using entity framework, add model class is going to be the student. It's going to generate everything and add. Remove that. So what do we have in here? In the edit part, we have our photo. I will run this just to check. When you have a a binary